looks like it's working. Incredible. Incredible. Okay. Score space, score jam. Ah, just in time. All right, so hello everyone. I am Paul Spooner. I am competing in a game jam with my brother Luke, and we are going to be competing this score space jam number 29. There's a link in the video description, I think, or in the stream description, and it is 3 minutes and 4 seconds until we start, until we know what the thing is. There we go. Join the jam. You've joined the jam. Come after the page to submit your project. All right, community. Theme voting. Oh, okay. Poll is linked in this tweet. Loot locker poll. It's jumping all over the place. Escape, floors, lava, or maze. Okay, so it's going to be... see, what do we want to do? What do we want to do? What do we want to do? Escape, floors, lava, or maze? Escape. Vote. See the results. You don't have permission for the results? Okay. We'll find out in a couple minutes, I guess. Let's see. Theme voting. 3D artist wants to join the team. Sound effects, digital artist. Okay. Music sound producer. Unity. Looking for group, looking for group. Fun. All right. 1 minute and 19 seconds. Theme, we don't know yet. We're waiting with bated breath. 1 minute left until we find out what the theme is. Starts in -1 seconds. Theme will be announced. Has it been announced yet? Hasn't been announced yet. Oh no. Just cleaning up my emails here. Come on, what's the theme? Don't have a theme yet. 669 have joined. Oh man, that's a lot of people. That is a lot of people in this game jam. I still don't have a theme. Is escape. All right. Oh, wow. Okay. With a majority of the votes even. Escape. All right. Theme is escape. Escape. What are we going to do for escape? It's time for... some AI development. So here at Fledgeling Game Studios or whatever, AI is the name of the game. I love using ProcGen tools. ProcGen is like, I've always loved ProcGen because it allows you to set the rules for generating something, and then the rules can be used to generate many different varieties of those things. And AI, generative AI, is just ProcGen. It's just the latest kind of ProcGen. So let's talk to this about this game jam. I'm participating in a game jam over the weekend. The theme of the jam is escape. Give me some game ideas that won't take too long to develop. Game jams are a great way to flex your creative muscles. Given the theme of escape, Pixel Maze escape. Well, it's not maze. I know that one of the things was maze, and this is not maze. It's not floor is lava either. So it's escape, but not a maze. So Houdini's Great Escape. Stealth strategy. VR? No, we're not going to do a VR thing. Let's see. Houdini's Great Escape. Stealth and strategy. Houdini-inspired magician escape from various performance venues without be caught by the guards. Use misdirection props and tricks to avoid detection. Huh. Okay. VR heads. No, we're not going to do a VR thing. It has to be a web dev. Let's see. Let's just refine this here. The game has to be playable on web and mobile, and shouldn't involve mazes. All right. Puzzle room escape. Okay. Puzzles, I like it. Time loop escape. Players will figure out how to break a time loop by making the right decisions throughout the day. Okay. Escape from a sinking island. Escape from an island that's slowly sinking. That's kind of cool. Cyber escape. Trying to escape an increasingly restrictive and dangerous cyber environment. Avoid security systems. Dodge digital traps. Hack through barriers. That's a sweet idea. Alien abduction escape. Players must escape from an alien spaceship using stealth and guile. Sneak past alien guards. Okay. Help animals escape from an encroaching wildfire. Escape from the shadows. You know, I like this this puzzle room idea. Because you could do like an unfolding kind of game. We could do it all in 2D. Puzzle room escape. Okay. I like the puzzle room escape idea. It could be implemented in 2D. To cut down development time. Hidden objects, solving riddles, or sequencing tasks. I can make the hidden object part pretty easily. Can you come up with some riddle ideas? All right, so while it's working on that, I'm going to go over to Midjourney. How big is our... let's see. We're going to bring up our game using Godot. Speed Jam. Score Jam 29. Okay, and I've done a little bit of work on it already. Just like getting the leaderboard set up so that we've got a leaderboard. Score Jam. Okay. Okay. So we could do something like there's some locks on a door, and so it's a score. It's not like a speed thing. It's a score thing. So what if like you could just escape anytime by breaking down the door, but then you get a higher score the more of the locks you unlock or something like that? I don't know. Okay, we're going to make a new... new scene. New scene. This is going to be 2D scene. And this is going to be the starting menu. Puzzle 1. All right. Project. Settings. Display. Now, I forget what the thing is in here, but when you upload, should probably go back to itch.io. Just go over here. All right, I'm logged in. Games. I want to Traffic Weaver. Play in browser. What's the resolution of the game? Hi, Brew. Create. Let's see. Create a new project. Here we go. This is what? Puzzle. I should come up with some Get some ideas for names here. Riddle rooms. I like it. All right. Riddle rooms. / riddle rooms, fine. Score Jam 29. Game. It's a game. Sure, downloadable. Suggested donation, fine. Details. You can watch the development of this game here. Go back here. YouTube Studio. Over here. Go to my playlist, game jams. Details. How do I view on YouTube? There we go. Playlist. Great. Genre. Puzzle. This is 2D. 2D puzzle game. It's not Ludum Dare. Game. That's fine. Save. Riddle rooms. Updated. Status released. Now I have to edit the game. Upload a cover image. Upload files. itch.io. Help. What resolution should my game be in? General discussion. itch.io game resolution. Browser games. Dimensions for games. $600. Viewport width 1152 by 648. That's kind of high, isn't it? Uh, 1200 width, 600 height. Oh, okay. I guess it's already set up that way. All right, great. Oh, and there's the screen. Okay. Okay, cool. I guess that's fine. Puzzle 1. 1152 by 648. Okay, so we're going to look for hidden object. Yeah. Oh no, there's too many options. Okay, what does this say about this? Riddle rooms. Is that what we call this thing? Dashboard. Riddle rooms. All right. Great. I think we can change the name of the game and something in here, right? Run. Name. Riddle rooms. A game about solving riddles and hidden object puzzles. Icon to SVG. Oh, we should fix that too. Window 1152 by 648. Initial position, center screen, resizable. We can have a custom mouse cursor. GUI fonts, rendering textures. All right, cool. Cool. All right, so that's good there. There's our thing. Here's Midjourney. A bookshelf riddle. Oh, more stuff.
Yep.
Thank you. This is to Anna. This is to Mom. Thank you, though. A bookshelf riddle. So, once you know the solution to the puzzles, is there any replayability? Is there any replayability to the game? Unless we can dynamically generate puzzles of some kind. I'm having second thoughts about this whole riddles and puzzles thing. Unless we've got like a whole bunch of riddles. All right, what was our resolution again? 1152 by 648. So 1200 by 650 be fine. Hidden object puzzle. Riddle room. And then we want to have some sort of style to this thing. What's the style we're going for? I guess we could go with like this. Use that for style. Ooh. There we go. Stylize 300. Object puzzle room, riddle room. Beautiful. Interior. Escape room. Sure. Let's see what it comes up with. Let's see what it comes up with. So how are we going to get scores jam? Rules. All game engines are allowed. Make a game with up to 4 people. Players can compete for a high score if they happen to win the contest. Games must include a leaderboard system, a way for people to compete for a high score. Okay. I need my I need my game design guy here. He's working at his day job. Theme is escape. Let's see. I was initially thinking of puzzles and riddles, but I'm having a hard time reconciling that with the high score. Mechanic or requirement or whatever. Nice. These are all so cool looking. Okay, it could be you get like there's a bunch of riddles and you get a few of them each game, and instead of just like clicking all over the screen, like wherever you click records your thing, and then the closer you get to the thing that you're supposed to be clicking on, the higher the score you get. So it's like an accuracy thing, but it also corresponds to the riddle. So you can't just like randomly guess it. And then you could also get a higher score by clicking exactly in the right spot. That could work. Maybe the riddles correspond to certain hidden objects. And the score is based on how close you click on the object. Okay, he's gonna get on this evening. Try to make uplift. Okay. Build support structure underneath the form of those uplift blocks. All right, well, that's a completely different idea. Doing an uplift thing. New 3D scene. All right. Node 3D.
Yeah, maybe. Like I was thinking like Duplo blocks, kind of that like 4x2s that kind of chunk up underneath the seed or the game state. So you're trying to reinforce the ground and the context and whatever else to build a environment for this seed to escape its own context. So escape like bloom into the surface or something like that.
Huh.
That was my first thought.
Physics body. I know there's like a cube, like a basic cube object. Shapecast, raycast, skeletal animation. What's this? Experimental. instance.
Escape might also do well. We have talked a few times about a traffic weaver is one of the path traversal mechanisms in Fledgeling, is the idea, and
Yeah.
then we wanted to do some sort of other linear thing, like a temple run with puzzles, or
3D tile-based
like a
maps.
simple. You're trying to escape environment, right, by navigating through, and like
Mesh
you're trying to
source.
so some sort of like escape the temple that's collapsing type thing, where you're trying to dash through. Or the other one was like unlocking and exploring side of things, where we wanted to make like a procedurally generated corridor, I guess, to traverse, and then we can inject procedural puzzles into that thing, like a little pathway, and then like a door, and then you unlock the door, and then a little pathway, and then a hidden object puzzle, and then a little pathway, and then a something. So it's all these, it's little like trying to escape the thing. That could also work. It was a different space of fledgling. We could take a totally different thing, like escape from poverty, because I always want to make transactions, and
Yeah.
the idea is to it's like a little economics game sitting on the ooh, I got an idea. What if it's escape and you're escaping from a cult? So I wanted to make this like social context talking game that you try and like you're talking to other people, lunch table and whatever else. And a way to a environment for that mechanic is like a horrible social situation, and you're trying to escape the thing. Right.
Okay.
Like yeah, anyway, it's like escape a cult is the first thing that comes to mind, but also like I don't know, the the tyrant arrives with the tyrant's troops arrive, and you have to like escape the without being identified or something like that in a social environment.
Social escape. Okay.
Oh, another idea also would work with escape and fledgling is I have this idea for a social game where the socialite, not this, there's a spark running around trying to escape identification. They're trying to like harvest energy and then escape identification from the icons. The icons in the area are actively trying to shift the context and expose the spark to the rest of their things. So then the individual that's not moving with the context, the spark is trying to escape some sort of environment, right? So like a authoritative cyberpunk future city or something like that. I don't know. That seems like it would be a lot harder. I don't know if I could do that in a weekend. Maybe we could play around the escape key, like pressing the escape button, and it's some sort of game of menus, and you're trying to get out of the menu by hitting escape, but then there's like every time you try and leave there's more contextual blockers, so you're trying to negotiate your way out of a game by hitting escape until you eventually can quit. And then you get scored on how fast or like how neatly you're able to leave.
Okay, so there's a lot of ideas. I'm still kind of stuck on how do we make this about score. Like the last jam we competed in was speed jam, and this is a score jam. So like, how do we make this about score that isn't directly tied to like speed, to like how quickly you can do it? And so like that's one aspect of it. Another aspect is there was a vote for the topic, and the three ones were escape, puzzle, or maze. Sorry, escape, maze, and the floor is lava. And maze, escape was voted highest by a large margin. So I think we want to try to stay away from like navigating a maze in some way, even if it's. I mean, obviously you can't stay away from it entirely, but even if it's like a conceptual maze. So I don't know. Maybe I'm putting too many constraints on it, but that's what I'm working with. All right, let's see what he has to say about that puzzle. I was gonna download. Let's see, Speed Jam 29, and then we're gonna go over to downloads. Gonna grab this. Open it with the GIMP. Bring the GIMP down here so we can see what we're doing. We're going to export this as Riddle Room. .jrpg. A little lower quality. That's fine. And then we'll take that, delete that one, move this over to here. This thing comes in here, and hey presto, we've got a game. Select current. Boom. All right. We've got a game. It displays an image. We got an image on the screen. We made it, guys. We're finally there. Great. All right. Let's see what Luke has to say.
Okay, riffing on high score versus escape. It's like the more you escape from, the more points you get. I like the idea of like high score. Like the cleaner your solution, right? If you escape in a way, like doing so in a way like maximum peak is stealth, and like you disappear and no one's looking for you, right? So escape without causing any ripples, as opposed to like smashing your way out. Or inversely, you could have a escape where like you're escaping and you're getting a high score based on the amount of damage you're doing on the way out. So yeah, I'm not sure how that would work. We could make a game where the floor is lava and you're trying to escape through a maze. Just be like, we started on Thursday.
DQ us. We cheated. Yeah, I don't know about that. Actually, yeah. I mean, I'm streaming the whole development right now, so it's clear that we didn't start on Thursday, but whatever. Let's see. All right, well, so now we've just got so many ideas. Don't save that. I was playing with the idea earlier of like an escape room or something where it's got locks on the door, but you can just like smash the locks and escape whenever you want. But then the score is like how many you actually unlock. And so you can go through the game and keep getting deeper and deeper into all the puzzles and stuff. And then your score is like, you know, how many puzzles you solved or something. The downside of that is that like once you play through it and you know what the solution to the puzzles are, then it wouldn't be hard to just get the maximum possible score. So I was thinking of something along the lines of having like a hidden aspect to what the solution is. Like if it's a hidden object game, there are like different solutions in the hidden object game. So you like click on one object and that's a solution. But if you click on a different one, then you get a higher score for that one. So maybe some way of obfuscating it. I don't know. Hey, Cody. Come on in. I'm talking to Uncle Luke and working on a game jam.
Can I play on Barney's iPad? Because he said I could play.
And then he's going to watch you.
You said I could play.
He's going to watch you play. Okay. Has he done his reading and stuff for today?
Who?
Have you done your reading? Okay, well, you got to get all your reading and your homework and all that stuff done. Mm-hmm. And Barney needs to do his homework and reading, too. You got to do your homework. Score. There's a thing I made some years ago. Freedom. And the image is very dark. There we go. But the idea was there's like someone was manacled to a stone, and there's a door, right, but it's locked and stuff. But the way to get out is to pull the stone out of the wall. And then the key to the manacles was in the stone. So you get the key out, and then he unlocked himself and crawled out through the hole. You can see, like, there's the bloody handprints on the wall and on the floor. Like, is that... I don't know. This is a picture I made a long time ago. But the idea is, like, you escape not by going through the door, but by pulling the block of stone out of the wall, and then the key to the manacles is in the block of stone. So, like, there being multiple ways to get out. There's an obvious way that gives you a low score, and an inobvious way that gives you a high score. All right, let's see what he says.
Okay, this is a totally different idea. I'm still just brainstorming options of different ways to interpret escape. So another game that's been bouncing around that I've made in the past, like I made the mechanics for the game, was that like it's like they're kind of like pipes, and there's disasters that happen. So like resources get generated, and then you're trying to harvest the suffering of humanity off those disasters to fuel yourself. So you're like an archon that's malevolent and trying to gain enough power to manifest yourself into the game state, and you've escaped into the real world. So it's kind of playing as the Lovecraftian horror and trying to instigate problems such that it creates particular resources that you then you harvest, and then you get that. And my original was like a really dark game where you're like dark archons, and you're causing suffering and systemic issues across billions of people. So that way you can like
that sounds
like
a lot
one
like
of them just harvest suffering directly.
Another game idea.
And then some of the archons will like convert the suffering of humanity into different types of suffering, and then that's the thing they consume. So like one of them was greed, and it was like it converts tragedy into different ways of becoming greedy, and then the greed of the people is the thing that feeds him and gives him power, and then he can use that to manifest more and whatever else. And the eventual goal is to like gain enough to break out and then be the apocalypse essentially, and it's like, and then all the players are competing against each other to try and basically be the apocalypse and be the one that gets to end the world, get to be the wolf, the Fenrir.
This is a picture I made a long time ago.
Yeah, that's
But
I
the
did.
idea is like,
I like the idea of this. I love this picture, really great picture, and
oh, thanks.
I like the idea of like the escape room type puzzle thing. That'd be really fun, and we've been thinking about trying to make procedurally generated puzzles for a while, and I think that would be a cool way to do it. Maybe we'd have to hand draft it, but anyway. Point is trying to get out, and then your score is based on how much you learn before you leave, and then maybe there's like different, I don't know, maybe there's like, if you start snooping too much or you off track or whatever else, you can garnish threat. So there's like a push your luck. So you're trying to like learn as much as you can before you leave. And then you can play a bunch of different times.
Oh,
Maybe there is end content, right? But I think it would be interesting if it was procedurally generated such that it was infinite, right? So you can just never leave and then get the highest score. Assuming you continue to not die.
okay. Combining that idea with the Lovecraftian horror one, what if the point is to learn as little as possible? So like you need to interact with some things in order to escape. But the more things you interact with, the worse you're doing, kind of idea. So it's not like time based; it's like interaction based.
Ooh, what about if it's a game where you escape and that when you escape it locks in your score, right? But then you can make the prison like great. That there's one of my favorite cinema stills is in the Joseph's Dreamcoat, not the play, the movie, the animated movie with Moses, and no, not with Moses, Joseph, the animated movie with Joseph, and he gets thrown in prison for a really long time,
Prince
and
of
then
Egypt.
During the montage where he's in prison, he he resurrects this tree and creates beauty in his prison cell, and when he's finally freed, he's able to do it without resentment because he still lived like well where he was, and I like the idea of of scoring in part on how much benefit and how much good you brought to the spot you're in. Again, I'm thinking a lot in Endless Knot right now because I've been trying to work on Space Wheat, but the idea would be to make like enrich the endless knot of where you are, and that can score it before you escape prison. Okay, going back off the wall again. but it's a game, and you're in prison, and the game is you kind of you live a couple days of your life in prison, and then it extrapolates it out for 20 years or something like that. And then you get a score based on its projections of how well your life goes after your release. So you get a really high score if you set yourself up such that while you're in prison, you're like developing good habits and taking care of yourself and like doing all the things and like and getting right with God and the universe, and then aligning yourself properly, and then you go out into the world and you succeed, and then you get a big score. So it's like setting your character up while you're constrained, and then you're escaping into a new context, and you're scored with how well your person is matched to that context that you're escaping into. Yeah.
I do like the idea of like an investment. It'd be kind of like a worker placement or investment game, or like time management or something, where you're investing in the present, and then like when you get out. But that's more of a parole game. I mean, like, I like the idea of the game. I don't think it fits with escape, because it's not really an escape thing unless you're escaping from your own inadequacies. Maybe that's the real escape.
Also, I would love to start incorporating your procedurally generated tools. The two that come to mind is the the vine growing one, which I was thinking would be cool for like uplift and sprouting a plant and having this thing proc gen out, and you get to see what you made. And it's like you are setting up the environment, and then you click the button, and it like grows the plant procedurally based on how it does, and you score based on how well the plant goes. So then you kind of like set up and like run and set up and run, and you're like trying to roll the dice on different events and see how it goes. Um, and then the other one,
So many bottles. Shelves covered in bottles and jars and things.
is the fractal space generator, where you take a 3D space and you can make you have a button, and it turns it into compartmentals of just kind of abstract geometry. They're kind of crystalline like, and I feel like that thing, and giving it interesting shapes, and then like fracturing into little pieces, and then setting the parameters of those pieces, and then seeing set and forget and see how it goes, is like could work somewhere around around this like grow a seed type escape from the ground. It's not very escapey though. But I really like that spatial generator thing, and I feel like there's some way to use it.
Hey, Daddy.
Maybe it can be like the level that's generated, and you're trying to navigate.
No, we want to withdraw some.
Like you're trying to navigate
Okay.
out of an
Almost withdraw
abstract
$5.
space.
Mom's got the
And then
cash. All I got is 20s.
Every time you're trying to
Mom
attract
on?
as little attention
Yeah,
as
she's
possible
on.
from
Okay, yeah.
Lovecraftian
Mom,
gods.
she's got the cash.
I don't know, there's something here. Let me keep thinking about it. Seed type escape from the ground. It's not very escapey though. Like you're trying to navigate out of an abstract space, and then every time you're trying to attract.
I had an idea while I was waking up this morning. I mean, before I had any ideas about what the game was actually going to be, of like a book, like a very like beautifully rendered 3D book where you like turn the pages, and I don't know. I don't know if that fits in at all. But like the idea of I'm looking at these hidden object on the Midjourney feed. I'm looking at like hidden object images related to the ones that I generated, and they're all just like libraries full of books. And it's like, man, it would be cool to have an excuse to make like some really cool books or something. I don't know how that fits into Escape.
I was thinking just of like escaping the rat race or escaping the constant the drudgery or whatever else. There's like we could go at a different take on the word escape, like escape into Fantasyland, right? Like escaping the context. A lot of people feel trapped or subdued or stuck in some way. So if it was like escape, it doesn't have to be escape from like confinement in the physical sense. Like what if it's
escape to
from your mind, or the social context would be like a different type of constraint. And it's not really to do with like your body being stuck, but it has to do with your mind being trapped in the same pattern. So like self-development is an escape from past self in a way. It's stretching the metaphor.
Escape does have like very strong constraint implications. Let me ask GPT about it. I'm thinking about the implications of the word escape. Is there a distinction of escape from and escape to? Or am I just seeing things? What corners of the concept can we explore? Escape from is fleeing or getting away from something undesirable or threatening. It's a concept frequently explored in games, literature, and film, where characters must leave a dangerous place. Prison break, zombie apocalypse, mind escape. Escape to focuses on destination, of being one that you hope to achieve. It's about seeking something better or more fulfilling, not just leaving something bad. It can involve themes of aspiration, discovery, and transformation. Utopian quest, adventure, discovery, spiritual, psychological journey. Temporal escape, social escape. Yeah, social escape. Escaping from norms. Escaping from cultural constraints. Economic escape, escaping from poverty. All right, let's see what Luke has to say.
Okay, here we go. Escape. It's a cozy library, and you're living inside the library, and the books have both stories, and then also they have like puzzles and clues and stuff like that. And there's some knowledge that you do want to uncover, and other knowledge that you don't want to uncover, and you want to and this is a space that is an escape in the sense that you like the protagonist, the main character is escaping into this library, escaping into this game. It is their escape from their life, or their responsibilities, or their pressures, or concerns, or whatever else. It's a retreat in that sense. It's escape in that way. And then when you're in there, all the books and the puzzles inside the books are a second layer of like an escape room that you're trying to escape from. And then you can get points by unlocking the mysteries, but also you lose points by learning things that are deep and whatever else, and the deep magic and whatever else. And then the idea is that it's an escape into this library, but then you rack all these points up, but you also lose a ton of points, and like maybe the best score that you can get is to go into the library and then just choose that you don't need this escape, and instead you pull the rock out, right, and so to speak, metaphorically, and you just like go back and you refuse the escape and you engage with your life more directly, right? So that you have like three levels of escape, and then you can escape at the end from your need to escape. And if you stay with the Lovecraftian horrors, it's like proc-gen forever, and you never get to the end of the mystery, and you can just get lost in there forever.
Oh no. Okay. So I like the idea of the entire framing of the game being an escape. You're escaping to the library, and then there's the escape from your need to be in the library. So you're escaping from your need to escape. What was the third level of escape? While you're working on that, maybe we should just call, because there's lag between like you saying something and then I have to listen to it, and I can't listen to it until you've finished saying it. But anyway, while you're working on your response to that, I asked GPT about like exploring the idea of the escape, and he's like, yes, there's an escape from, where there's something bad that you're trying to escape from. Escape to, which is going to something that you want to achieve as opposed to just running away from something. So that would be like an adventure, discovery, utopian quest, some sort of spiritual, psychological journey. And then also had other corners of the concept of escape. There's temporal escape, time travel or changing outcomes to visit better or worse times. There's social escape, what we were talking about, escaping from social norms or expectations or from a certain constraining cultural situation. Economic escape, which you also brought up, escaping poverty or financial constraints. And then escape into identity. Players could explore personal or cultural identity, perhaps escaping into a role or a persona that reveals deeper truths about themselves or their society, which is interesting in context of the library, where often you're reading about other people and like getting into their head in the library, maybe? I don't know.
So the layer one is like the library is an escape room, and there's this promise of escape by investigating the mysteries and like getting involved in the thing. But that's all just like red herring, because the actual escape is the library itself is your escape from the other things. And then the third layer of escape is escaping your need to escape.
Got it. Okay. Okay, and then I've got that thing, and then maybe he's going to call me once he's done with that. Okay.
I think it actually might work pretty well combined with the escape the cult thing, because then you have like you're in an environment where you're like talking to all the people, and that's the prison in the sense, and you escape from that social context, and maybe there's social pressures or something impending is going to happen. We can make something up, and you escape to the library, and then the library is your escape, and then you have to escape from that library back into the reality of life that you're in, and maybe you can escape from that thing as well by like transmuting it or just leaving in some way. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, the library could have all the journals and stuff, and so you can read about the things that the people in the cult are interested in, so that you can better navigate that social situation. So those two, I like that, like escaping from the conversation to the library, and then escaping from the library to the conversation, and like escaping back and forth there, and so you can break out of one or the other, maybe. weirdness. Turn the weirdness up. Weird 200. Set that back to normal. That picture also makes me, it reminds me of like in college, like going over to like somebody's house, like off-campus housing or whatever, and somebody's like had a meeting, or it's like their group of friends together, but like, you share none of their interests, and it's like this very weird things, like you've been invited to the party, but you don't want to be at the party, and like it's all very strange. I don't know, that like it's giving me feels. Yeah, well, the library could have all the... There we go. All right, here we go. Oh, and Anna's here. Oh, thank you. Thank you very much. Hey, baby. How was it? Were you going to the thrift store or something?
Yeah, I went out. I gotta go get a few things.
Okay, fun. All right, I'm here.
All right. Yeah, I don't know have the whole game in my head, but
Yeah.
I really like the idea of working on the escaping an uncomfortable social situation into something else.
Yeah,
But
well,
I
because
think-
it's really the tension between extroversion and introversion, right? The library is introversion space, and the social situation is extroversion space. Maybe you've just got like a social energy meter that like fills up when you're in the library and drains when you're in the social situation.
Or you play the other character you play is the opposite. You can also play as an extrovert. It's like, studying to become a doctor. And they need to escape their studies. Oh, I like the idea of an.
Okay.
I don't know.
When you're in the library, you're reading things, and some of the things, if you read some of the things, they start weirding you out in the library, and so you need to be around other people, and so you can like pollute the library environment by reading the wrong things. But then in the conversation, if you say the wrong things to the wrong people, then they start making you uncomfortable and giving you bad vibes in the social situation. And so you start like getting weirded out in the social situation. So there's like two games that you're trying to play. And then in the library, there's information about the people, so you can learn what to say to them. And in the social situation, there are conversations about which books to avoid, so you can learn how to do that. And then we can randomize all those things so that each playthrough, you have to kind of carefully navigate both situations until you've mapped out the space, right?
Right. I like this a lot. Are
you eating lunch as well? I'm also eating lunch.
Yeah. Okay, so maybe the central mechanic is the social card. So I'm imagining playing this as the social card game and using one set of hand to select the target, and the other hand to play off the deck of cards that are your social actions.
Okay.
And when you go to the library, you're reading and putting cards into your various decks.
Okay.
And then you okay. And then we have a big button that says escape.
There's a great big button. Okay.
And maybe it's the R key or something like that. And it's just you politely excuse yourself from the room and go walk into the library, and then I'm just trying to think like, and then you get scored based on how timely your exit is. If you do it in the middle of someone talking, that's going to be a problem. You like lose points. So you got to like try and politely escape this conversation to get back into the library to get more books.
Yeah.
And then when you're in the library, there needs to also be some sort of thing where like you're in the library and there's no escape button. You can't escape the library until something else, right? You're just like enraptured.
Yeah. I was thinking about conversations, like there's a certain amount of engagement where like if you're investing in the conversation, the other person's interested, then the engagement is going up. And if it's high enough, then it's really weird to be just like, well, see ya. Because like, well, what we were having this conversation. So maybe like if the engagement level is high enough, then you can't just leave. And then the opposite could be true in the library, where in the library, like you went there for some reason, right? And so there's some intentionality level, and then you have to discover some number of things in the library before you can feel like you've done your research or feel like you've accomplished your goal, right? To get out of the library.
Maybe you're in the library and someone from the circle comes into the library and fetches you and pulls you back into the conversation. Now you're trapped in the conversation again, and the goal is to escape to the library and do as much research as possible before your extroverted friend comes back and pulls you into the conversation.
Yeah. I feel like extroverts wouldn't really resonate with that very well, but I like the idea of like a situation that's obviously uncomfortable. That you're like, I want to get out of this situation. Maybe it's like escape to the library, is always an option, and then there's like other places you can escape to. What's the ultimate goal? Throw a book through the library window and jump out. I don't know.
Let's see here. There's a funny YouTube video, it's a sketch comedy group we called I Think You Should Leave. And it's just for like really weird. He was an SNL writer for Saturday Night Live, but his stuff was too weird. So they never greenlit it. So they let him do it online. So now he's got his own thing. He's got this. And they are so strange. But one of them is it's like a reality TV show with like one lady and a bunch of guys at a house, and they're all like supposed to be trying to get her attention, and she's giving a speech. She's like, on one side, Devin, you've been like, I don't feel like you've been quite as attentive and engaged with me. What, Jim, you just seem to be about the zip line. And then it cuts to Jim, and Jim is just like going down the zip line all day, every day, and there's like cutaways, and it turns out like the last week he spent doing nothing but like he's like, even when you're forced to eat with us, you eat as fast as possible so you can get back on the zip line. This guy's just like zip lining into the pool, and then like she talks to him a little bit, and he's like a completely unsympathetic character. Like he's like, when I get uncomfortable, I say bad things about other people. So he starts like shit talking everybody else whenever they mention his. Anyway, it's amazing, and it's just like this horrendously, surprisingly dysfunctional person in an environment where everyone else is like behaving cohesively. So that's one skit. And the other skit that he does that's so good is actually. It's so good. You should watch it. You should watch it. It's no, it's fine.
No.
Okay, so yeah, it's a court trial, but in between two people who did like they embezzled some money. They did insider trading. So they're reading out the text messages between these two people. Like, hey, did you secure the money? It's like so and so is like laying off a bunch of people. You should sell your stocks as soon as you can. It's like, okay, I'll do that. Did you see Brian's hat? And Brian is in the audience of the court deposition.
Oh no.
He's like, I know, it's so fucking stupid. It's a fedora with safari flaps. And they like start going back and forth, just like tearing into how stupid this hat is. And he's sitting in court, of course, wearing the hat.
Wearing the hat. Getting more and more self-conscious.
It's just serious. So they finish that text message exchange. It's like 2 days later, another text message exchange. It's like, I just did it. I sold our shares. We're safe. Well done, honey. Great. See you later. Did you see Brian still wearing his hat? I know. It's so funny. Blah, blah, blah. And it's this another, and he's just sitting in audience. He's like, he's like, did you see his pocket? I think he's walking around with dice in his pocket. I know, it's so sad. And then he's sitting in the audience, and he like takes the dice out of his pocket and like throws them on the floor next to his dad, and like kicks him over. Just leave it there. It's not mine. Anyway.
Wow.
But I like the idea of the hat being like some sort of subject, and like, oh, they're just chatting and like the elders here that you know forbidden knowledge. then you'll get executed. Blah 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 blah. And you're sitting there and you're like, oh, I just read the forbidden knowledge in the library. Oh shoot! Oh shoot!
Don't bring up the forbidden knowledge. Don't bring up the forbidden knowledge. Oh no, it's in my hand.
It's in your hand. Like one of your decks has got forbidden knowledge on the top of it. You're like, well, I can't. Don't press that button. But also, you need to speak it so you can get
Or
the
you
next card loaded in or something.
you don't know what's on top of your deck, right? It's just like knowledge deck. It's like, well, there's a bunch of knowledge, and I hope I don't pull the forbidden one. Okay. Well, I do not have a good sense for like card games and stuff. Like I don't play them. I'm not. It's not my jam. But if you have like I mean, kind of work out some details of how this all goes together. Hello. Ooh, thank you.
Okay, here's my crazy idea.
Go for it. Crazy idea time.
I will build the card game that escapes into the library, and then you build the library that escapes into the conversation. And then we'll try and get them to meet.
Yeah. Tie them together somehow. Okay. So this is like an image, like a still image, and then you can like click on different spots and there's like different books or something.
Yeah, I think so. I think that would work great. And then you have like different information, and I think we can encode the. I think we can encode most of the information that we need into emojis.
Okay.
So like the books have knowledge, but a lot of it is like condensed and abstracted into emojis. So there's like an emoji for each character, but then there's like emojis for different concepts. So you're like learning new concepts and then using those concepts to unlock other things. Like you have to know certain emojis to be able to decode and understand books.
I've got a call. I'm not sure if I should take it. I should probably take it. Hang on a sec. Okay, I'm back. You still there?
I am still here.
You're still there. You were saying something about emojis, like.
Yeah. So if you want to have your books, they can you unlock knowledge, and the knowledge is just represented by an emoji. And then you have it's like a puzzle to get through the library by reading the books, such that you can load the certain emojis and have that. Once you understand that emoji, then you can go read this other book that uses all those emojis to produce a more complex emoji concept. So put them together, and then and then this idea of this ever building sophistication of the ideas. And I don't know, you could use like a radioactive symbol or something like that, and you don't really know what it means, but you kind of get the hang for it. And you can try talking to people in the thing and get more information about each emoji, and then you can know more about it, and you can slowly build like personality. Like the idea of
Then we wouldn't have to generate any content for the books. It's just like pick a random emoji and that's that book this run or whatever.
right. That would
Yeah. I like it.
There's a lot of books. Then that would be the thing. And then you have you can define the people's personalities in terms of those emojis. And as you talk to the people in the other room, you slowly start to you get to know more about the frequency distribution of their various emoji expressions, right, and behaviors, and you can hear stories about people. So then you're reading books about the people, and that's letting you recontextualize a particular emoji. So you have an emoji for an old man that's the patron of this environment, and then you read a book about the old man, and it has a bunch of different emojis in various methods of this, that, and then every once in a while it's got the blood and sword emoji, and you're like, wait, hold on a second. Now this old man character has a bunch of blood and sword emojis associated with him. That's new information. And now when I go look at everyone else, and there's two people in the social conversations with really strong affinity towards old man emoji. But now, by consequence, because in your own mind that's now strongly associated with sword and blood emoji, those people now also have the sword and blood emoji associated with them until further investigation. And then the idea, maybe we can put various ways to get out of this thing, and if we set up the social situation such that it's menacing and confining, right? And there's a general feeling of claustrophobia that you have this conversation and you have the library and that's your life. And some way to get out of those two things, and that's when the game would end. And you could take more people with you, or you could but I am thinking it's deliberately a non-violent game. You can't violence your way through anything.
Okay, so I need to make a library. Well, I've already had Midjourney generate a bunch of libraries. I've also generated a few social gathering images.
Nice.
How many do you want? Do you want just one? We'll have 4 people or 5 people or something like that. Have a limited cast.
I think probably we'll start with one.
One person or one image?
Yeah. One image. Then let's say 3 people.
3 people. Okay. Let me see if I can get it to do that. Let's see. Let me see if I can get it to generate that. And then while that's working, find my favorite library here. So many books. I guess I could do like a multi-volume set as one book or something, just to limit. Like how many books do you think we should be working with? Because if there's too many, then it's just a hopeless search or whatever.
I think they should be. I think there should be many books. My first thought is 100 books.
Okay.
Because most of the books, if you just like walk into the library, just pick them up haphazardly. Like most of the books should not be even accessible. Like you won't even know what they're saying.
Do they have titles or something? Like how do we know? How does someone know without clicking on them which book they're clicking on?
I don't know.
Okay.
Let me see if ChatGPT can generate an emoji story, an emoji book.
Okay. All of these pictures have at least 4 people in them.
Great. That's fine.
That's fine.
Oh yeah. It did it.
It did it.
This is great. This is what I'm thinking. This is exactly what I had in mind for the book.
Nice. Actually, I think this will work pretty well. Here, let me know what you think of what do I call this? It's got like some space on the top for dialogue and user interface, and then like there's the 3 main characters with like a 4th that's kind of like hiding in the back.
Right. Okay, so the book example, I feel like there's a bunch. You could have like many books like that, and then we can use. Let's see if we can make some more.
Many books like what?
Did you get the emoji?
Yeah, I got the emoji thing. I'm just not. So there would be a book with just like 4 random emojis in it.
No. This would be the title, the binding on the side of the book is Old Man Tree. What is that?
Oh,
It's
okay.
the mountainscape.
Yeah.
And then it's got 6 chapters, and each chapter is 4 emojis. And then the flag book is just, it's the end. So
End of the book. I see.
right. So then it's like,
Do you need that to be pre-authored?
I don't know yet. Here is a spooky secret history about the old man. And if you picked up this book, you'd be like, wait a second, this totally changes the context of this old man.
Okay.
Okay.
But like game wise, if they're going to be randomly generated, then or do we have like a bunch of randomly generated books and then a few that are pre-authored that are like scattered around?
So I think the first version is like some, I don't know how to do this though. Like actually let me ask ChatGPT, see if there's a way that it knows how to make a puzzle out of books like this.
Parametric puzzle generator. Move this over to here. Here. All right, library with a whole bunch of books. Okay, one thing we could do. We could have so there's the title emoji. It's 3 emojis that are the title of the book.
Right.
And then we can have a list of all the emojis, of like maybe 10 emojis that are associated with each title emoji that are available for titles, right? Thematically related to that thing. And then we'll just randomly generate a story for the interior of the book that's like, I don't know, maybe like a grid of 12 emojis or something, like 3 chapters with 12 emojis, and they're drawn from, so there's 3 emojis in the title, and each chapter is drawn from the catalog of emojis that are associated with that emoji, right? So you can tell, it's like, this book, I want to look at chapter 2 because it's probably going to be related to this thing.
Oh, I see.
Right.
So then you can make it the chapter on demand.
Yeah, exactly. So you proc gen it, but then the emojis that you get might not be the ones that you're looking for, right? So you might you might end up in getting something that you didn't want. So that way you can get some idea of what book you're looking. So you're scanning the bookshelves. You're like mousing over, and like it pops up a tooltip with the emojis on it, right? So you can like scan the bookshelves looking for things that are related maybe to the thing, and then you click on that book, and it's like, okay, go to chapter 2, and then you get all those emojis that are in chapter 2 in your deck or whatever, however we.
Yeah, into your vocabulary somehow.
Yeah. I think this is the one right here. It's got this weird like spiral staircase that disappears into the wall. Here, how's this look for our library?
Oh, yeah.
And there's the one book that's open. Is that the special one where if you mouse over that, you just automatically get the emojis in your inventory? It's just like a random 4 emojis or whatever?
Struggling with the puzzle a little bit.
All right.
This is the one. Pathfinding challenges. Create a maze or a path where each decision is represented by an emoji. Correct path tells part of the story. Kind of. So it's like you're reading books and maybe what's happening is inside your own mind there's also a set of books.
Oh no. Inside your mind.
And each
Dun 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 dun.
is tied to like your associative map to that emoji. And the library is a place where you're going and you're changing your ideas about the different emojis. And then when you go, and that affects how you can talk about it when you go and talk about it in the conversation. And if we're going with the escape occult thing, then the library is like the library of the esteemed cult leader who died of a stroke or something like that, just like unexpectedly decapitating this cult, and now you're in it, and you lack the direction.
Leader emoji, exclamation mark emoji, tombstone emoji.
Yes. I'm gonna see if it can write that book. Leader.
So can I just make a button that is transparent that doesn't draw, but you can still click on it?
I don't see grave. I don't see grave anymore.
I'm sure there's a
There's a
tombstone.
coffin.
There's a tombstone button, I'm sure. Color picker button, menu button, option button. Button. Button represents a link. Or maybe it's just like control. It's like an area. Area 2D. No, I don't want to. All right. Help. Online documentation. Godot. All right. I want to. Style box. Is that what I want? Box. Container. Checkbox. Spin box. Button. Okay, that's fine. Layout. Theme. New theme. Edit. Toggle button. Theme. I'm gonna have to look up how to use themes here. I'm just flailing about randomly. pressed. Print. Press the button. Extends button. We probably don't want every frame to do anything. Play. Great. I've got a button you can push. The game's basically done. Let's see, base button. Inspector. Theme, book buttons. Default preview. Filter the types. Create new custom type. Button. Add type. Style box flat. Normal. Aha! There we go. Rename item. Okay. How do I set this though? Edit. Background color. There we go. Just a little bit like that. So now you can click on it and you press the button, but it doesn't jump out at you. And then we also want a hover. Theme, book buttons, normal, hover.
Okay, so what is the key to escape? You need to unlock something. What is key? It's like the first thing that comes to mind is like stories of the information is about the trustworthiness of people. So like people are saying things about the emojis. They're speaking emojis about emojis and associating. And then you're going to the books. And I think maybe the puzzle is to like try and figure out, because like the books have something like I was trying to think if there's like, is there a real story somewhere, or is it all just layers and layers of speculation? I like the idea of there being a real story that happened, and the books have recorded accurately some pieces of it, and then the people have all the pieces, but they speak inaccurately or imprecisely because they're not speaking in like format of chapter 1, chapter 2, chapter 3. They're just like speaking an emoji and then throwing some other emojis associated with it. They're just chattering.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm elbow deep in. Whoop.
Nice.
I'm elbow deep in getting the button to work properly, to look properly, so you can click on it without it messing up the visuals too much. I'm trying to do a style thing so that you can change all the styles at the same time. so we can change them later if we want to.
Nice.
And then we want one for focus. Okay. Go. And then border width. Oh, nice. Two pixels border width. Border color. It's going to be just a little bit of a gold color. There we go. And then we should be able to copy and paste it. Okay, and now normal. I'm going to set these like this, just so I can set them up. Yeah. And then later I can change them all so that they're all easier to select. So they don't look so horrendous. Oops. Kind of want to avoid the pixel hunting problem where things are so small, fiddly to select that it's going to be a nightmare. But I also like the idea of like everything being clickable. It's just like, oh no, every single book is you can click on it.
Yeah. Maybe you should start with just the sections of the books are clickable. So like the shelf with a bunch of books.
Yeah, well, I'm doing some of them like that, and then some of them I'm collecting into larger groups. Let's see. I'm gonna make a child node. This is just gonna be a node control. This is book collection, and then like all of these are in here. Uh-oh, where'd the book collection go? copy this whole thing?
It's like,
Yes. Haha. So many books.
okay, what about this is a little more campy.
Yeah.
You're in it's a haunted house
Okay.
and you can't leave because it's a ghost. And you gotta like figure out what happened to the ghost and communicate to the ghost by saying the proper story, the story of what happened, and then the ghost, now being understood, resolves, and you're free.
Okay. And then you have to like search through the books to find the story of the ghost or something.
Right. So you have to first figure out. You have all these books, and you got to figure out like what. Like who the ghost is in the books.
Like where in the book the ghost shows up or something.
Like, is it the ghost of the old man? Or is it the ghost of the young boy? Or
Let's see. Can I have all these buttons? I want to change their size all at the same time. Layout, transform, rotation, scale, size. Oh, I can! Ha! Yes! Haha! Very cool. I need these move over a little bit so it gets a little bit wider. Okay, let's just go back to this shader editor? No. It's got a script. Layout. Theme. There we go. Theme, okay. Got our theme. this down again. Oh, that's so cool. Mouse over every book.
Wait, you can mouse over every book in the library?
Oh, not yet, but I mean, like, I've got some bookshelves set up. Got some books.
Nice.
Working on it. It's working. You press the button. Okay, now I need to make a way for them to each have their own ID or something, so that the script assigns them a unique ID, so we know which button was pressed. Right? Seems like.
I think so. Sounds like it could be useful.
On pressed. Okay, I have a thing that you pressed the button, extends button, function ready. Button is going to have this the current ID. Button ID counter equals 0. On ready, we're going to say, and then this this button ID. Oh, is this unique to this one, or is it global to all the button function ready? Variable. Do I have to say var here? Yeah. Variable. This ID equals button counter ID, and then button counter ID plus equals 1. So when you ready this button, assign an ID and then increment the ID. You press the button number and then this ID. See if that works. This ID not declared in current scope. We want this to be global. We want this one to be local. This be for all. Okay. Help. Search the help. Script. GD script. Script. Incremented language. New online tutorials. Documentation index. Here we go. Let's see, do I want to, I think I want a private window. Godot GD script, assign items IDs with script. Oh, no, this isn't, yeah. I'm doing this all wrong. Okay. I don't want to do it here. I want to do it on some parent thing. Okay, I've got a bunch of buttons. The library is going to have a script. Did you make some progress?
I'm having it make a dictionary, an emoji encyclopedia that only uses emoji.
Ah, there we go.
Pretty good.
Variable all books. It's going to be a list. Then in here, how do I reference something by name? I have to make this like, it has a way to access this unique name. There we go. There. All right, got it. Library dot all books
Okay, so what's the theme and mood that you want for your library? Are we gonna go for spooky?
Oh man, I don't know. So are we going with the cult? Well, I guess the cult or the. Well, here, I pasted the image that I'm using into the chat, so you can see.
Yeah, I like them. That library is great.
Okay, so that's gonna work.
It's also pretty neutral against like what could be going on, which I like, right? Because this is the weird clock.
Variable book list equals, okay. This ID equals the length of the book list plus 1. Button ID counter we don't need anymore. And then so when we ready this, we're going to look at the book list. We're going to add 1 to the length of the book list. We're going to we're going to add 1 to the book list. Book list dot append just a temp string for now. And then this ID is the length of the book list. And then book list item, this ID. Equals format string. Can you do format strings in GDScript? I hope you can.
I think you can. I think it's got full
This is book.
full Python capacity.
Oh, so good. Book ID. Book list. Append. Doesn't like it. Expected closing after call arguments. Doesn't like format string, I think. This ID is not declared in current scope. All right, so yeah, then this button ID counter. Don't need that. Variable this ID. There. Yeah, I don't think it likes the format thing. Function format not found in base itself. Okay. Well, this is book plus string of this ID. Okay, see what happens when we do that. It just works. Luke, it just works.
I know it's such a great game engine.
I love it. Cool. All right, so now we've got a library script, and it has a list of all the books. Can I introspect? I'm running it right now. Can I introspect on the what's in all books? Or I have to export it, right? How do you make something an export?
Sure. Okay, I have ChatGPT making books for me now. This is working pretty well. I should probably stop so I don't use up all my calls.
All your prompts.
I mean, I haven't used that many. I used like 12 or so, but I need some for a work project.
Process. Fine. Okay, so now this has on pressed. Now instead of doing on pressed, we can do book list. Oh, we should probably just call this here. Just declare this here. There. Globals everywhere.
Yay!
Rerun. Oh. Oh, it's a null instance. All right, well. Rerun. There we go. So now I've got this stuff. When I press it, it says this is book 3. This is book 8. This is book 22. Oh! Invalid index 28 on base array. Oh. Rerun. Rerun. How do I introspect on my what my variables are right now? Library. All books. Inspector. I know there's a way to export to like view view things with an export. GD script. Oh, I can hear something. I can hear something going on in the background there. Example of GD
Yeah.
script.
Sorry, that's me looking up
Extends
emojis.
var.
Emoji puzzles.
There we go. At export decorator. So now if I click on library, all books, array size 0. Well, that's weird. Well, it starts off that way. I see. $17, $18, $19, and that's button 4, 9, 10. Oh, they've got duplicated names here. Debugger. Monitors. Profiler errors. Oh, here we go. We'll just add some debug printouts. Print. This ID is this ID. And the book list is len book list. Comma, sure. Long. Okay. Rerun. All right. Book 7, ID 6. Ah, aha. Okay, so ID.
Find a pattern.
Yeah, it's an off by one. It's a good old off by one error.
There we go.
Good old fence post errors. Alright, so this is book 7, but it's ID 6. Book. This ID. Length of book list, 0. Add 1, 1. This ID. There. Rerun. Okay. Book 5, ID is 28 long. Book 27. Book list is 27. Perfect. Okay, fixed it. Unborked my book list. Okay, so now I have a book list, and it gets automatically populated. Each button that you can select a book from will now select a unique book, and it will uniquely populate it. So when we make our book contents population thing, we can just put it in that code, and it should run every time. And we can use the ID as the random seed or whatever.
Okay.
And that way we should get the same books every time. Or maybe we don't want the same books every time. Anyway, I've got a book list.
Well, we get the same books.
Yeah.
We get the same seeds.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, cool. So now I can take this out.
Ooh, this is a clever idea. Catalog puzzle. The library's catalog system itself is a puzzle. Books are not categorized by their titles or authors, but by thematic elements that are needed to be decoded.
Yeah. Well, I mean, that's kind of the emoji list kind of idea too, right?
Well, you could just we could put, to craft the puzzle, you could put certain books in certain spots in the library to represent right. It's like maybe all the books on this shelf use the emoji emoji one way, whereas the books on a different shelf use the same emoji a different way, or something like that. It's also recommending trying to get double meetings, which I would love to figure out some way to. Yeah, the jigsaw puzzle, the narrative puzzle, put the books in the correct order, so the ghost story is told properly. Something like that.
Layout. Transform. Pixels by 20 pixels. 12 pixels is wide enough, right? That's clickable. I think that should be fine. Okay, so some of these books are visually smaller than the clickable button sizes, but I'm just going to kind of approximate them by having buttons that encompass several books. You'll be able to see them when you mouse over them, like which ones you're clicking on. Although, if we're doing this for mobile, I don't know how like hover is going to work. Maybe you click on it and you get the title, and then you get to decide if you read it or not, or something.
I don't think it needs to be for mobile. It's fine.
It's web. It's supposed to be, the whole thing is like you're supposed to have it web playable.
Got it. Okay. So you got to be able to. I mean, you can't play. I should go look at the rules for the Speed Jam.
A lot of people couldn't play Traffic Weaver because they didn't have keyboard.
Ah. I see.
I'm not saying it's our fault, but it's definitely our fault. Let's see. How do I collapse? Expand collapse bridge. There we go. It'd be nice if the transform window stayed open. All right, how are we doing here? Oh, there's so many books. It's cool though. Okay, I have 47 books placed.
That seems like plenty of books.
But the library is not nearly populated yet. Why stop now? The real escape is escaping from game dev.
Interesting. Okay, it says the library could reinforce certain ideas, making it harder to perceive other concepts. Learning too much about specific, quote, dangerous concepts could trap the player in a feedback loop, distorting their knowledge. I like that idea. I don't know how to implement it.
So it'd be like since we're generating the books, we could generate them on the fly. This is a very fledgling thing to do, right? You generate the contents of the book on the fly based on what you've already read, the concepts you already have.
Oh, I see. So
like,
then
the concepts you already have
what?
get added to the dictionary of concepts that can be in the books. So the more you read about a certain concept, the more it ends up in all the other books.
Oh, you know what? Okay, so also, so I like this, and then I also like the idea of, because we're not actually looking at books, we're looking at abstractions of books, right? And the emojis are not actually what the book is saying. The emoji is what the player, the character, understands from the book. It's compression. So if you learn something new, you could go back and reread other books, and they'll actually have different things to say because you now have different vocabulary.
Okay. Yeah.
So like when you read a book, when you open up a book, it generates it, and it's probably going to generate it the same or close to the same each time. But as you advance your vocabulary and you learn new concepts, then old books can be regenerated in new ways, and then you can uncover information that way.
Oh, that's very freaky. I mean, that's kind of a haunted library thing in itself.
Right. It's like, oh, it didn't actually mean that. It meant something totally different. Because the whole thing's like dreamlike and abstract, then.
Okay. Okay, I like it.
Player could delve too deeply into dangerous concepts, and the game could begin to distort or hide information from safer, more useful texts. It could lead to partial or complete misinformation, requiring the player to find a way to break out of the feedback loop by seeking corrective text or performing mental cleansing activities within the game. I like the idea of going and talking to your friends as a way of dumping out your brain and cleaning it up. It's like regrounding oneself. But then, like, you don't know which one is grounding. Are your friends all crazy, or is the library crazy?
Oh. Right? Perhaps the real insanity was the friends we made along the way.
Yes. That's it. Winner. Well, this is interesting. Navigate this is not relevant to what we're doing, but it's very fledgling. Navigate a labyrinthian library where the physical paths correlate with the knowledge pathways. Certain paths, books, and aisles lead to enlightenment, while others lead to madness.
Yeah, That is very fledgling-y. Well, I mean, it doesn't have to. It doesn't have to not be the book. The game that we're making. I like the reinforcement thing and like escaping being about what you're spending your time reading or like what you're focusing on.
Right.
And especially if the books get regenerated based on what you're reading. If the titles stay the same, but the contents get regenerated. Then we could just regenerate them every time, right?
Right. I mean, I don't think they should get regenerated. I mean, maybe they. Okay, I kind of like the idea of it regenerating every time, because then you pick up the same book and you can like reread the book, see if you get something else out of it.
Gain
this
new
time.
insights or whatever.
And what if it's a record of information that we know from the past, and in the conversation is a set of events that's happening in the present, and you're studying the library to try and figure out what's going to happen in the situation. So
In the conversation, it's like a history repeats itself kind of thing.
Yeah, history repeats itself, and you're trying to like figure out where is this gonna go, and then to escape the scenario, you have to navigate yourself into the proper either meme space. You have to like get high trust with certain people.
So as the conversations progress, all the books converge more and more toward the next thing in the conversation, until at the end of the thing you're just reading all the books and they all have exactly the same thing in them.
Yeah, and it's like if you've lost or something like that.
Yeah, right. Yeah, there's no escape, right? Like you can't get out of this pattern. The pattern is propagated to the entire game.
Yes, I know. This is great. This is really good, because then you're sitting there and you're like you run to the library to try and figure out what's going on, and and then the library, the idea space in the library has collapsed around you, the character.
Oh yeah, right. So you go to the library to try to get new things to inject into the conversation, but if you've poorly navigated the conversation enough, or you poorly navigated the library enough, then you won't find anything new in the library, right? It'll just be the same like 4 emoji series everywhere, and like when you talk, like that's the only thing you can say. Oh no, that's terrifying.
Okay, so you start the game with a really simple kind of mind, and you're navigating, and you only have 4 things to say. You go to the library, you start expanding out what you have, so then you have this complexity increase, and that's the arc of the game. But then as you consume the library, as you're reducing the ambiguity of unknown knowledge, then your character starts to collapse back in on itself as you reach the end of the game. And by the end of the game, you're going to have, again, maybe you'll have a lot of access, but your character gets really simplified again. I only like that as a failure state.
Yeah. Doesn't feel good, man.
I like optionality.
I love being able to just copy these buttons around and be like, I don't have to set up anything. I don't have to do anything to configure these. I just have to like copy paste them all over the place, put them roughly in the right place. That's great. Would like if the transform was like, I want to lock this so that inspector panel. There's got to be a way to do this. Godot, how do I lock an inspector panel? The inspector. Inspector. Click the button. Drop down. Docs my parts. Edit options. Oh, okay. Yep. Let's see. Locking and grouping. Or maybe I can type it in somewhere. Transform size. Move. Scale. Selection. All right, getting close. 90 books. Did you have a chance to listen to that whole Midnight Castle song? I know it's long, but...
Which one? The
Midnight Castle.
Oh no, I didn't. I did not do that.
It is pretty long. One might even say unnecessarily long. Okay, good. Good, good. Depressing. Good.
Okay, so what I'm thinking right now, and I don't know, it's a very abstract, but like, what if the the game loop? I was thinking this game loop was kind of long, but I'm thinking maybe the game loop is kind of short, and there's like the feeling is like trying to tightrope yourself out of an environment,
Mm.
and it can go wrong in a lot of different ways that are a little unexpected. So that the game is someone trying to navigate, like playing it enough times that you can kind of like figure out the space that you're in, and then walk the pathway out of the spot without getting
Without getting trapped, without trapping yourself.
right.
This is kind of weird. It's got a shelf that's like, they look like they're identical books. They're just copied one above the other. It's on the left next to the window, the bottom two shelves in the upper set. That's kind of strange.
Oh yeah, look at that.
Yeah. Did you see the actual bookshelves that Anna and I built in the basement? They're not, well, they are shelves. I'll not qualify my statement. They are shelves.
No, I haven't been up on anything. I've been so busy.
Good.
Good. It's good busy, but okay.
It's like just like lumber 2x12s, I think, all the way along the upper edge of the ceiling, so like just below the ceiling, and then there's books on top of those, and then underneath there's laser burned. I did like Mid-Journey 2 parts. I think it's like 2 parts looking up into an aspen forest and 1 part Baroque library, and then laser burned that on the other side. It turned out so cool. It really changes the look of the basement, because I don't know, it's very evocative. 1, 2, 3, copy those here. It just works. good. All right, this whole thing.
Okay, for the sake of scope, I think we should just build a puzzle game in a library.
Okay.
I like the idea of the conversation, and maybe we can get it to work there. But I think for now, in the interest of feature creep, just like.
And this totally isn't because you don't want to uphold your end of the bargain and do a conversation simulator. This is entirely for the project.
It's just really it's for the project. I would love to make the conversation simulator. I'm just like I have been at this for a couple hours now, and I don't understand how to make the puzzle yet. And I feel like just slapping around more mechanics is probably going to make it harder. So like I feel like okay, let me rephrase it. I would like to get the nature of the puzzle game sorted out before I start building a conversation game. I feel like that's more important.
Fair enough. I'm giving you a hard time.
Yeah, no, it's also I've tried to build this card game piece like twice now that I've sat down and I've been like, new project, open it up. Where I start. So, hopefully, we got a couple days.
We do. We have a couple days. Okay, I've got like, I don't know, maybe a solid third of the library populated. Which is nice. 144 books. A gross of books.
Excellent. That's plenty, I think, to play with.
But what am I going to do with the rest of this library?
Make
more books.
You could populate all of them. How long would it take to get all of them?
I don't know. I mean, I'm making good progress here. I'm just gonna keep working at it. I'm having fun.
Okay, great. I would love to have it. It would be very satisfying if every book is clickable.
There we go. Sounds like a plan.
Okay. I think I've broken ChatGPT. I asked it for help and it's died. Unable to load conversation.
You want the conversation? You can't handle the conversation. Rotate. Ho ho ho. E and W. Oh, and then there's this S.
Okay, here's a list of recommendations. I'm looking at other media that's kind of like, I was like, here's the thing I want. Tell me other media that's like this. And the list is pretty great. It says that 1984, George Orwell, House of Leaves, which I don't know that one. The Matrix.
Oh, I
the
think I
movie
tried
Dark.
to read. I think I tried to read House of Leaves one time. It's like a typographical book. It's a book about like text setting or something. It's very strange.
House of Leaves. At its core, the documentary about a renowned photojournalist and his girlfriend and their 2 young children moving into a new home takes an eerie turn when Navidson discovers his house is 1/4 of an inch larger on the inside than the outside.
Okay, so maybe there's a different book I was reading.
It looks really good, actually. Antechamber, Stanley Parable.
Renowned company to keep. If we can pull it off.
Her Story, The Return of Obra Dinn.
The Return of the Obra Dinn.
I don't know that one.
I have not
Piece
played it,
together
but I
pieces.
do know of it. It's like, it's this very stylized black and white game, and you can like go back in time and see things, and you're trying to figure out what happened to all the different crew members. It's like a ghost ship, but then you can like go back in time. And there's all these scenes. It's profound. I've never played it, but it's a classic. A hit? I don't know. It's not a classic. I mean, like, are any video games classics? Really?
Oh, it is right after they made Papers, Please, and then Return of Obra Dinn. Wow. And guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so it understands what we're doing, so that's good. But I guess I don't understand what we're doing.
At least someone does. And it's the computer.
Echo Chrome or Monument Valley.
I've not heard of Echochrome before.
Yeah, here we go. Echo chambers and recursive loops similar to the mechanisms of Echochrome or Monument Valley, where the environment reacts to the player's actions. Create puzzles for certain emojis and meme paths. Reinforce specific ideas or perceptions, potentially trapping the player in recursive loops. I don't know how to do that, but that sounds.
Is
sounds
that
right.
its idea, or is that like an existing game?
This is so I asked it to compare what I've been talking about to other media forms.
Yeah.
So I can draw inspiration, and it says echo chambers and feedback loops was one of its ideas that I said I liked. And then it's recommending Echochrome and Monument Valley.
Echochrome. Yeah, I have not heard of either of those before. I was playing Songs of Six this morning, SYX.
Mm,
I don't know if you probably
I'm
never
not.
heard of it,
Nope.
but it's kind of Dwarf Fortressy. Has a very Dwarf Fortressy kind of feel to it, and but it's also got kind of some RTS feel. I don't know. I like it a lot. You can watch the stream. It's on my main channel, my Paul Spooner channel.
Oh, nice. Echochrome. It's Escher. It's an Escher maze.
Ah.
Yeah, it's an Escher maze game.
Hmm.
Cool.
All right. I should probably commit this to like the Git in case, I don't know, something gets completely borked.
Yeah.
Do you want me to take the social situation image and stuff out of the project for now? You can always put it back in.
Yeah. Let's take it out for now.
All
Let's
right.
work on make a library puzzle game to start. Okay, so I wonder if it's something like you're reading books in the library and that expands your own personal knowledge base and affects your understanding of the emojis. Then whenever you read a book, that same information that you put into yourself is back projected into the book, which modifies your understanding of the book. So we have the book's proc gen. We'd have to have you have to proc gen the book kind of like invisible to the player and then translate it into the emojis that the player uses.
Are you in the repo? Are you in the GitHub repo? I know I invited you.
Yeah, I think I added. Yes, I'm part of it.
Okay.
Yeah.
All right, great.
I pressed the button.
Just want to make sure you have access if you need it. I'm really enjoying giving just a very slight tilt to some of the books at the end of the bookshelves. They're like falling over a little bit. Beautiful. Okay. I feel like it's about solidly half of the library. Do you want the books that are behind the foreground visual elements to be clickable? I feel like yes. Layout, transform. Good. Oh, yes. Where's the edge of the playable? Edge of the window here. That lines up nicely. Okay. These guys over here. These guys, copy them over to there. There. Now they've gotten to the parts that are like really square and flatly laid out. It's going so much quicker. goes all here. That's pretty good. Okay. Those guys right there. That's the one we want. Good. Okay, what's going on with all these books here? What's up with all these books? Got 1, 2, 3 there. So it goes about here. So it goes about here. big fat one. Right there. Do that a little bit. Go. Nice. All right, all right. I wonder if there's a way to make like a polygon act as a button, because these are all rectangles.
Probably. I think the button thing has a property under it that's a 2D shape, and you should be able to swap it out. I think it does anyway.
Button. Or maybe like add a mask to it or something. Polygon mask. Should probably figure that out. Add a child node. Container. Polygon 2D. Create. You have to like add a point to it or something. F1. Polygon 2D. Provides a thickened polygonal shape, a prism, to a collision object 2D parent and allows to edit it. The polygon can be concave or convex. Give detection shape to an area 2D. I want it to be a mask. To be like a user interface mask. Polygon 2D is not what I want. It should be canvas item. I mean, this is a canvas item. Man, this editor is so nice. This Polygon 2D editor is so nice. Okay, I want Polygon 2D to mask. I know there's a way to like mask things, mask children, clip children. Clip plus draw. Wow. Oh, wow. Modulate. Self-modulate. So I want this to not draw anything. I just want it to... Oh, here we go. Color. Alpha. 0. Let's see what happens when we do this. That's 328. So it's clipping the stuff. Allows the current node to clip children nodes, essentially acting as a mask. Yeah. Oh, we don't want to draw behind parent. Okay. Time to ask Google. Is there a way to make a polygon 2D into a button? You could give it a collision shape 2D and set input pickable to true. Input pickable. Collision shape 2D. Add child node. Collision polygon 2D. Got this weird thing going on where it's okay, well, I mean, that's better, but I can see through the polygon into a copy of the library. It's very weird.
Uh-oh.
330. And it's not masking my mouse. It's not masking my mouse stuff. Button mask. Input. Theme visibility. Clip and draw. if I make this a child of this? No. Polygon 2D. Clip button.
There you go. Emoji pathway. A game where players navigate a series of challenges or levels using their emoji vocabulary. The pathway can be a metaphor for the character's psychological journey, with each level representing a different aspect of their psyche.
Hmm.
I like that direction.
Yeah. Well, it's not perfect, but it's pretty good. It does have some weird image artifacting going on. I don't know what's going on with that. Transparency. Back to work. 4 more shelves. And then we'll have all the books. Four more shelves, and we'll have all the books. Do, 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 do.
Ooh, I don't know how to do this.
Sounds like a challenge.
Yeah.
Transform. Okay, 2 more bookshelves.
I'm gonna mute briefly so I can watch this YouTube video about Manic Mansion. A good example. Yeah,
Cool.
I'm gonna find narrative puzzle games.
Okay.
Okay, so what if? Okay, so I'm watching this manic mansion thing,
Yeah.
and it's like you need the key to go through the door,
Okay.
and
Very
if you need
Metroidvania kind of.
right, right, so it's like, well, where's the key? Like it's underneath the doormat. So if I'm going to translate this over to just abstract emoji space, then we got like maybe most of the books don't make any sense, and you have to know the right emojis first to be able to read the other ones. So it's kind of like gated. Some books you can't read until you got the prior book down because the concepts don't make any sense. So therefore you can't comprehend it.
Okay. So like a gated, it's a Metroidvania thing. It'd be kind of like a memorization thing where you have to memorize where the concepts are that you need.
Right.
Like you look at the title of this book and it's got like some things on it, and then you have to go like decode those things before you can read the book or something.
Maybe it's like when you pull a book off the shelf. Like I was thinking, just to simplify, every book has just one emoji on its cover,
Okay.
and that's going to be like when you comprehend the book. When like if you're able to check off the box of like understanding this book, which I don't think the player needs to understand it. I think the character needs to understand it. Then you get to add that like emoji gets added to your vocabulary, and you can now use it when you're reading other books. So it'll start showing up in other books where it fits well. Okay, I'll keep thinking.
Okay, well, I have all the books with buttons on them now. We have 396 buttons.
My goodness.
Maybe clip contents is what we're looking for. Control layout. No, we want to control. Okay. Control. I want like a polygon control. Container. Aspect ratio container. Box container. Center container. Flow container. Grid. Split. Margin panel. Sub viewport. Tab container. Sub viewport. An interface to a game world that doesn't create a window or draw to the screen directly. Isolates a rectangular region of a scene to display it independently. The screen used, for example, display UI in 3D space. Sub-viewport is a viewport that isn't a window. It doesn't draw anything itself. To display anything, sub-viewport must have a non-zero size and be either put inside a sub-viewport container or assigned to a viewport texture. Oh, so we could have like a 3D book with a viewport texture applied to the page so that the text properly lays out on the curve of the paper. Maybe. But that's not what we want here. Control. Polygon control container. Because this button has a layout. Rendering of canvas item based children. To include this controls rectangle. Yeah, clip contents. So control. So I want to clip contents on a polygon 2D. Child draws over parent and is not clipped. Parent is used for the purpose of clipping only. Child is clipped to the parent's visible area. Parent is not drawn. Okay, so clip only. That's right.
All right. What we got? Something. Got that. I am still pretty confused about.
Utility.
Advertising.
The first usage is the simplest. You can make walls or obstacles easily. With a static body, you put a polygon 2D and a collision polygon 2D as children, and you edit the look of your obstacle using the polygon 2D.
Of like the gameplay is developing the character, and then the end of the game is letting the character loose, and then it does something, and then you get your score based on how well it does it.
Does a little
So, like,
simulation or something.
Right, and it's like you go to the library and you condition and train your person to be a particular way, and then
you go in the social situation and it like runs the simulation of the conversation or whatever.
Right. So you're not actually controlling your character directly in that sense. But that's where you get your score from.
Yeah. Okay.
Maybe like
I have no idea what's going on with this mask, this polygon 2D like masking the sub thing. But I probably need to stop messing with it at some point. Okay, we have so many books. So many books. What are we going to do with all these books? So one of the things that I've done as a matter of like for convenience, but it also turns out to be maybe useful, is that all the books are kind of grouped by shelf. So they're in like big sections. So we could have the books that are in each section kind of themed based on whatever section they're in. So that way, if you find a section that you like, you can use those books. You can like browse all of those books, and they'll have similar themes or something.
Nice.
Do we have a list of emojis or something that I can start playing with, or what's our plan here? I'm out of the tank.
Man.
Here, let me save this, upload it to Git, and you can.
Yeah. Speed Jam
What is
29.
Oh, look at that! It's a bunch of pictures. But I need those like in text form.
I wonder if there's a way to make emojis in a Python dictionary.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's store it in text in the GD script or something.
All right, let me know when you pushed the current thing.
Yeah.
And I will fetch it.
Library buttons.
Okay. So I thinking is like several ways to escape. And we'll start with one that's
Okay. Git is pushed.
isolated. Fetch.
Okay, so first way to escape. Read every book.
Yeah.
Score is the number of books that you've read. You get 1 point for every book you read. Oh, is this spiral staircase, is that a button? Do we need like a button for going up the spiral staircase and like go talk to the people in the attic or whatever?
I like it.
Okay, well, let's see here. What are we going to do? We've got our leaderboard control scene. We've got our puzzle 1 scene. We need a counter. We need a UI counter. User interface. This is going to have label, and this is going to be books read 0.
So, for some reason, it looks like Speed Jam 29 is a sub.
This is the
It put my Speed Jam 29 inside my Speed Jam 3. Is that how you have it organized?
no. So I would go to your wherever your Git is, and you want to clone the repository. When you add it, you're going to select the repository, and then it says local path, and that's where you want to set wherever it is. So you probably had your local path set to your game jam, your other game jam one, and so just put it inside that one. So you want to set your local path probably to like the next directory up, and then reclone it. So just like delete the whole thing and reclone it. Probably be the easiest way.
All right. Clone new repository. Speed Jam 29. Oh, I see. Local path. You're right. Explorer. I'd like to run it. Ah, it's a library. It's got so many buttons.
Hey, you're there. Cool.
Oh, dude. That is very satisfying. You'll
Yay!
highlight all the books. Okay, so what I think the next thing I would like is as we highlight the books, I love an emoji to pop up. Let me make you a dictionary.
Dot. Text. Equals. Okay. You read a book. Okay, then I want a UI. Viewport.
Okay, here's a game. You enter a library, and it's a guessing game to figure out what this library is about. So at the top of every book is one emoji, and it's got a bunch of emojis inside of it. At the top of this library in abstract space, there is also an emoji, but you don't know what that emoji is. And the game is reading the library and trying to guess at what is the emoji of this library.
Invalid index text with value type string. Okay. So this thing has property label. Label dot.
Dad,
Hey,
can I do the practice bow shooting?
you want to practice shooting the bow?
Yes.
It's okay with me. If you have somewhere to do it and you've got the targets over there in the corner. The arrows are, they were with the bows, I think. Do you have the bows?
I don't know. I thought they were with you.
I think they were over by the back corner for a while. So process. Documentation. Properties.
How many books are there?
390 something or other. Yeah, when you click on one of the buttons, it says how many books there are. Text. Hey, Cody.
Can I practice?
Dad,
Do you know where the arrows are?
Can you what?
Can I practice shooting with a bow?
Yeah. You guys gotta be careful not to break anything with it. These things are dangerous.
yes, Dad. You gotta choose somewhere where
Got
no
it.
one else
Target, and somewhere where you're not shooting upward or over at the neighbors or whatever. So you want to shoot downward toward the ground at a target. That's why we usually had it over here at the bottom of the slide.
Okay. Can I practice or are there another?
Those are the only bows we've got, I think. Okay, so that should be right, I think. Shelf book. Bookshelf button. Out on press node not found. Book count label. Okay. Somewhere in here I saved a token to user settings. Get node. There we go. Fetches a node. Assume your current node is a character in the following tree. Also pass our get node. Okay. do it. Root node 2D library. Character. Okay, so I have to go back to root. To go back to root. Bookshelf book. Root slash. Library UI slash book count label. Couldn't find it. Absolute path attempted. Oh, it's control. Root node 2D. Library. Book. Collection 2 button 9. Node 2D. This is the library. Root. Puzzle 1. Library book. Root. Node path. Copy node path. I guess I have to put UI. I have to tell the UI what I want it to know so that it can reach inside or something. I don't know how this works.
To make it highlight. Wait, what's the goal?
I don't know.
Perhaps it is time to move around.
Yeah.
The call is
Get
getting
up,
on.
get up and get the blood moving.
Right. I think I'm just gonna add the because we want to make our own book generator, right?
I guess. I don't know. I don't know what our mechanics are yet.
I don't either. I think
We have a library.
library.
I'm trying to get the UI to work here.
I think in the interest of making a fledgling game, we need book generator.
That's a good idea. So I know there's an elegant way to make UI where it like updates it only when it needs to, but I'm just going to make it update it every frame.
That's probably fine.
All right, there we go. It works.
Nice.
And I can display the leaderboard. I can hide the leaderboard. Nice. Oh, that's great. And we can tell it what score we have. Okay, cool. So now we have our leaderboard integrated as well. Okay. But right now it just increments the books read without checking if you've actually read that book before. So I need to keep track of which ones you've read. So we've got a book list. We have this ID saved. We append this thing to the book list, and then we also want to have like a book read. Do we want to keep track of the number of times you've read that book, or just if you've read the book or not?
I don't think we need to keep track of how many times the book's been read.
Okay.
Nope. I don't think so.
Okay. So back in library. All books. Okay, book list append. We're going to have a dictionary.
Dad,
Hey, Teddy.
Barney is constantly asking me if I'm able to use the bow on the wall. Because he doesn't want to continue trading the bows. In terms with the bows.
Trading turns with the bows.
He wants to know if I'm able to use the bow on the wall.
The bow on the wall.
That.
Oh, that one. No, you're not strong enough to use that one. It's too dangerous. That's a very heavy bow.
Okay.
Sorry, buddy. Just have to keep taking turns. Red. 0.
Wait.
Let's see. Book info equals book list this ID.
Do I not have Python on this computer?
I don't know.
What the heck?
It's certainly possible. It's happened to me before. Times red plus equals 1. If, then we'll increment this, increment it times red plus 1. Print book list this ID out of a total of book list. Let's see. Book info. So we want title. Book info title out of len book list. Book info not declared in current scope. Oh. Var book info then. You doofy goofballs. In fact, var book info. And then we'll grab it on ready so we don't ever have to grab it again. Aha! Because we're clever little monkeys. Yes.
There we go. Now I have Python. Yay, it's easy to install now. You can just press install from Microsoft Store, and now Python works.
Nice.
Love technology.
To say string, can I just like this ID? I think we can just do that. It'll automatically convert it to a string. String and int operator. Okay. Well, how about you just forget it?
I use my dictionary.
Wait a minute. What's going on here? So it doesn't like that. Great. All right, there we go. So I now have it counting all the books. Look, we made a game. You can click on the books, and it counts how many books you've read. If you click on every single book, nothing happens. But eventually something might happen.
Are we going to family dinner?
Oh yeah, we probably should, huh?
It's not. We have like 15 minutes.
To close up shop.
I'm just wondering if you're coming or not.
Yeah, I'd like to come.
Okay. Should we go like 20 minutes?
Okay. I gotta go soon. We're going to family dinner. Over at Mom and Dad's, I think.
All right.
But I've now got it counting. It does count how many times you've read the book, because why not? And it properly counts how many books you've read total.
Okay.
And clicking on every single book is quite tedious, as you might imagine. Probably add some background to the leaderboard.
Okay.
That's fine. Is it leaderboard text that it toggles? Display leaderboard.
Hey, Dad.
Leaderboard text. Okay.
What are you working on?
Charlotte. I'm working on a game. We're making a game.
Nice.
Luke and I are making a game.
What type of game?
Hmm?
What kind of game?
Good question.
Luke wants to know
It's-
too. Luke wants to know
It's
what
like
kind of
a
game we're making.
I think it's going to be a mystery. I think it's going to be a mystery game.
Mom cut my hair. Ta-da. Or not cut it all, but she
Hey,
gave me
it's
bangs.
it's so it's so short.
Yeah.
Nice.
And then it'll grow out eventually, but then it'll be a bit longer
won't be
bangs. And
quite in your face anymore.
then, yeah. Now when I look down at my math, it's not in my eyes.
It's not as much in your eyes.
Yeah.
Okay. Nice.
She didn't cut anything else. She just cut
Okay.
this.
Just so the back is still long.
Mhm.
That's nice. It's
Okay.
nice to have some long hair.
Yeah. I can still style it, and then I've got bangs.
Cool.
The door closing, it sounds just like the arrow sound going into the
Oh.
skeletons in Minecraft shoot by you.
So we want to get. Display. Alright, I think that'll work. There we go. Then we can adjust the. I love how you can just adjust stuff live. It's so good.
Okay. I think I got some amount of progress. So we can make the shelves grouped by subject. For instance, like one of the shelves with the big history of the this is the central old man character that
Uh-huh.
I think at the start of the game is already deceased, and you're in his library. So everything is like themed towards him, but then some sections are more specifically about himself. So it'd be like one shelf can be subdivisions of an idea, or like how one idea is connected to a bunch of different ideas. So one shelf is like one central concept, and then all like and expanding it into many different concepts.
Okay. Still click on those buttons. Display the leaderboard, then you can't click on them anymore. Great. You can still click on these. Alright, cool. So I made the leaderboard mask out the books so you can't click on the books when you're doing other things. You're looking at the leaderboard.
Does the game let you press several buttons at once?
Yeah, if you set the mouse priority, how's that done? Mouse filter to pass. I think. Let's see, filter. Controls whether the control will be able to receive mouse input events through the GUI input. Stop means it receives mouse inputs and the control are automatically marked as handled, not propagate. Pass means if you do things, the control does not handle the event, the parent control of any will be considered, and so there's more parent controls to potentially handle it. It also allows signals to fire in other controls. So yeah, so if you set it to pass, then you can click on two buttons at once, basically.
Nice.
And then ignore, it doesn't do anything. Font size. There. We should probably set a limit on how many characters you can have as your name.
Probably. Otherwise, let's game it out. It's going to break it right at the beginning.
I don't think he's going to play our game, but yes, that's the idea. Is there a way to like get a terminal we can enter commands into and stuff?
In Godot?
Yeah.
No, I don't think so. But maybe.
I know PyCharm has a terminal, so we'll just boot that up. Python console. Please don't show tips on startup. I don't want to know. $30 characters. All right, so we're gonna make that 30 characters maximum. Max length 30. And so now if we try to type in a whole bunch of things, submit. Okay. So 30 is still probably too long. Oh, so good. Oh, that's really cool. It now updates your name properly, so you can change your name and your score. And it doesn't create a new log every time you submit a score.
Oh, nice.
That's great. It works properly. Okay, and then I probably need to delete some of those out of Loot Locker. Let's see, Loot Locker. Actions. Clear score. Delete. And then we want to delete this one. And we want to delete this one. Now if we toggle leaderboard. Boom! Haha! Hey! Nice! Cool.
There we go.
Only updates if your score goes up. Cool.
getting closer. There's the latest.
All right.
All right, we're gonna see if we can do a thing. To make a complete set.
We're going to use this as the style. And we're going to delete this. And we're going to say go. Because we've got AI image generation. I'm making an awesome background for the leaderboard.
Nice.
Well, we'll see. We'll see how awesome it is. You'd better be awesome.
Okay, we got a nice dictionary of emojis that are all correlated to other emojis.
What? Okay. Yeah, that could. I guess that could work. It's a little more photorealistic.
Go. We're going to Grandma's.
Okay. All right. I'm gonna commit this.
Sounds good.
And
Oh yeah. I'll grab it. I'm gonna work just on an offline
let's see,
generator.
what did I change?
Script here.
Leaderboard, UI. UI. Updates. Commit. All right. It is pushed. I'm going to shut this down. That Baroque golden filigree frame did not work as I intended. Let's
Okay.
see. Although low saturation, I can just change. Can change it in post. Oh yeah. All right, there we go. I committed an image to use as the leaderboard background. I'm not going to put it in because I already closed down Godot because I'm supposed to be gone.
Right. No problem.
Push it. There we go. All right, should be pushed. I'm going to end the call. What is this? More emojis. Hey, there you go.
Yeah.
Nice.
That's a
All
start.
right, so are you doing this all offline?
Yeah, I'm just going
in
to do
Python?
it in a
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah, some sort of sandbox. Sweet. All right, I'll talk to you soon. Bye.
Bye.